Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright. A little bit of an extra stream this week to finish off case number 2, since I won't be able to stream this game until Thursday next week, so thought I'd make up for it and at least we could finish off what we started earlier. I don't know how long this will actually be. I feel like we're beyond the halfway point, despite how things looked at the end of the last part. So I'm not planning to start case 3. We'll start case 3 next time, next Thursday, most likely. But I figure we could at least try and finish off case number 3 here, or case number 2 here. So basically what happened was our larceny case turned into a murder trial, as is Phoenix Wright is wont to do. You know, I mean, I figured it had to be there. Like, surely, the whole thief thing kind of was, it was too easy. Something had to have happened, and well, it turns out, yeah, it might be that our client may have killed someone. Probably not, maybe. I mean, we don't have a perfect record anymore, so it could go either way at this point. Who knows? I think it's set up here. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. Yeah, it's kind of inconvenient to just happen to be at the crime scene just when a crime is committed, especially when said crime is murder. No way, Jose. I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. I don't know if I'd say too good of a job, considering the last time he did such a good job, he accidentally got someone not guilty. I don't know, is this better or worse than that? Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm going to head back to Korean Village for a little while, if that's alright. Sure, but why? I'm going to bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it. Okay, this urn, is this like a plot point in this case, or is this going to come up later? Because this is clearly not the urn, and how has no one noticed that? Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Mystic Maya, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness. Girl's so caught up in her fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Nothing better than a date where you go and investigate a murder, no? Happens all the time in TV dramas. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. Alright, do we get to finally go to... No, we don't... Should we go talk to... him first? I thought we were going straight to the security place, but I guess not. I already told you, it's not me! Ah, sad pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands. I guess you're right. The guard over there looks a bit on edge too. I think he's always on edge. He has not changed one bit in the last 3 years. I bet he's never even left this room. He doesn't even know what outside looks like. He forgot. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. Like where? Should we go talk to Desiree again? Oh, Nicky boy. Maya. Miss Delight. All I wanted was to help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please. Please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. Just like he wouldn't ever be a thief, right? Yeah, totally. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit, he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die." I don't think he physically could. Like, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure if he tried to kill anyone, they would kill him first. Anyway, Mr. Delight, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Miss Delight, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief. The very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they could be so different and yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously the real Master Mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah? And Detective Atmey knew more about Master Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions? That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his, hideout. That bag was sitting right up there on the up at the table. Yeah, see, that's the weird thing, like... Did he want us to find it? It's like he was asking to be caught. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too. With that nice big, round, hard object inside. Nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Mr. Light, do you know about KB Security? Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron DeLight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Miss DeLight doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away. By motorcycle, that is. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot faster when you start breaking laws. To make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass, thanks. Well, why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? What a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Mr. Light told us the location of KB Security. Okay, let's head over there right away. So was it really love at first sight when you met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind of just curl into a little ball in a corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too, if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running in to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please, stop it! He screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Look at the fucking faces on the robbers. I would be crying too if I heard that shriek. Then crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself. He came to save me, a total stranger all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Yes, you may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. What do you mean, if you ever get taken hostage? Did you forget what happened? And no, you did, I mean... He wasn't there, but, you know, he did his best, okay? Figuratively speaking, he did. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. Alright, now we can go... Oh, we went straight to the CEO's office. I see. That's an interesting way to die. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? Walls in here look thick, just like you expect in a CEO's office. Very, interesting design you got going on here. It's like something out of Star Wars. What's that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys! Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserve, pal. Or something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? If the gumshoe fits. Well, anyway. The point is I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes, I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Now if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating. Alright, what happened here? Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay. But the thing is, I'm not really supposed to... Hey, come on. What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help. Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His ghost was discovered at 9 o'clock this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Probably an object in this room. Happened exactly the same time as that mask was stealing the urn, huh? October 12th at 1 AM, cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. Very specific. So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him, and when he opened the safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be the shape from when he fell out. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Bullard. Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. Damn, no respect for the dead, Maya. So, what happened to Mask the Mask? He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again! He keeps yelling. No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. The guy got what he deserved. Now that's a detective I know and love. Think about it. Amy was always around when a calling card showed up. But he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I told you, you never saw the two people in the same room together. It never added up. This guy was always on it. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. That would explain how he's able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective. That's all. Maybe he just invented the persona to, like, further his career as a detective. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Yeah, the Tear of Eminon case. There was a witness on that one. A witness? Yeah, I saved a newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... An article on Mask to Mask's first heist. Ooh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So, who is a Java-addicted mask maniac anyway? Prosecutor Godot? Eh, he's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just shows up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere. Well, he did say he came straight from hell, so... That's probably why. That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true, according to the records anyway. But... no way he's an amateur. He's a nice man in court. A maverick that gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps? You? Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular. No, that's not what I meant. That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. What if he was like a defense attorney at some point? What if he's like Phoenix Wright's dad? Is that a possibility? I mean, there's never really been a mention of his family or anything. Check out this big, thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work. Just a little hard on the eyes. Ah. What did you find out, Nick? This file. It's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Mask to Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Hey, Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tear of Emanon, $100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask to Mask stole. So then, $100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know. That number sounds kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Found on a table in the crime scene. This rope. You think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? I don't think so. So, you mean... Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse was lying. You mean... the victim? He was killed by being crushed by the safe door? She can't be serious, can she? I mean, I don't know, have you seen a safe door? I think it's quite entirely possible someone would have gotten crushed by a safe door. Like, if it was hemorrhaging to the head, 100% possibility. And what was the cause of death? Blunt force to the head? Something like that? Cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. Yeah, if you have your head sticking in this side of a safe door and someone like rams it, yeah, that's gonna fucking hurt. You're probably gonna die, and your head's probably gonna get crushed. I think that's totally possible. I don't know what Phoenix is talking about. Ew, think about it. A dead guy was laying in here all night. Yeah. Oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints. There were none. Well, somebody opened this safe on the night of the crime, right? Yeah, and so? Well, if Mr. Bullet's body was hidden in here, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right? Yeah, I guess so. I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready? Okay, shoot. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open this safe, pal. Yeah, and? Everyone that knows how to open this safe had airtight alibis. I checked. Well, what about, again, the victim? Surely, does the CEO not have the ability to open the safe in his own office? Everyone except one, that is. I'm almost afraid to ask. Former security chief, Ron Delight. He was a security chief? That guy? Dang. I guess he was rich, making the big bucks. What? Ron Delight? He was the security chief? Ron? So he knew how to open the safe, huh? Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out, just for a second. Ooh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. Hey, you. Whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it. This is the life. The victim said that just before he was brutally killed, you know. I mean, it was before he was killed, so is it really that bad? Ooh, there's a button here. Let's see. Oh, no. Why? Hey, cut it out. Don't press that. Hey, Big, how's it going? That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What's that button anyway? What do you think that button is? It's how he orders pizza. Obviously. It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? That's possible on the night of the crime. Ooh, so when the CEO was attacked. Do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked the van down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way. Just so you know. Maybe better go and talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. He called an emergency meeting? Yeah, basically. Connected to the basement security guard office. There are no fingerprints on it. So I guess the killer could have pressed it, but if the people downstairs said that they didn't hear any buzzer that night... These look like some kind of bookshelf rolling cabinet hybrid. I can't get in between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. Looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. So I guess if it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with a bunch of files. Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. Maybe a good night's reading, if you've got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little more exciting, like UFOs or something. Well, I'm sure if they ever get a UFO job, you'll be the first to hear about it. Wow, look at that huge framed photo. Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky. There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This was his best sunrise? I don't know, the way you describe it sounds pretty cool. I would have wanted to see that. Either this guy didn't get out enough or he had really rotten luck with the weather. I don't know, I think like clouds and shit would make it look cooler. But maybe that's just me. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. I don't think these two understand the beauty of a nice foggy sunrise. Is that everything in this room? Looks like it. Security room. Whoa! Look at this place. Wow. This is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Uh-oh. I just remembered. Larry might be... Hey, Nick. What's up? Ugh, so he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Yeah, I was working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I got no problems with the daytime date, it's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? What? He's so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. But Nick here's a different story. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then, this is now. Okay, well... You can share it with her, I won't listen, I'll cover my ears and turn around. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard. A pro. I can't just give away info for free. He wants a bribe? I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest? Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kid has got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes. So tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Ron DeLite was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Ron DeLite was fired. And there was no warning at all. Like, it just happened all of a sudden. I know it's a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like, maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something. No, that's just you. So what's it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eyes on those monitors all the time. Monitors? There's security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. If I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. And I'm no amateur either, so if something's small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. Sounds like a sick job. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Why do you say that? It's just a part-time job for me. I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if it is part-time and you're dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Oh, he doesn't want to tell us that he was here that night, eh? Okay. Oh no, I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say. That was then and this is now, okay? Looks like I'm gonna have to break his psych locks after all. Okay, well let's look around the room first and then we'll figure out if we can break them. I imagine we can, considering we haven't really done anything and there's not really anything we can do. That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady. Oh, no. There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know. Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. Is anyone down here taking their job seriously? It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. Something is written on this poster in fine print. Guards 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. Number 1, obey thy superior. Number 2, respect thy superior. Number 3, smile at thy superior. Number 4, salute thy superior. Number 5, buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed, Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor. Oh, please don't tell me she's in this case. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with a real genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary alright. I can't believe she carries that toy around still. Well, fortunately she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. Ah, thank goodness. Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I still never ever touched that lever. She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible happened if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what will happen, huh? It's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. I mean, that's certainly a very creative way to try and get away with pulling a lever you're not supposed to. Probably still a terrible idea. That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating. Look at all the equipment. Must be hard to operate. No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. Somewhere? Instruction manual? What are you going to do in an emergency? Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. And during that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what the security professionals call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I feel like they would run it, like, perfectly well is the thing. Like, as weird as Maya is, she's actually pretty competent. So is Pearls, surprisingly. They could totally do this job. The screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. It's my job to keep a steady eye on them, all of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on these too? Anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey, Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. And how do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, alright? I don't know what's professional about trying to see if you can watch TV on security monitors. What is he eating? Are those pickles? Like, what is that? It's like a bag of chips, but someone opened it completely. Who does that? It's also looking a little sus. That might just be me. Wow, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Did you say, Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought that they were just some kind of decoration or something. They look like radar panels, but why does the security building have radar panels? Are they playing like a fucking RPG Maker game up here in the top left? It's kind of what it looks like. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? Yeah, that's what I want to know. Nothing else here? No, I think that's it. Okay, what do we need to do to break his locks? Because I feel like we should be able to do whatever this is. Maybe? I mean, there's only... We only had 2 new areas. Unless there's another NPC. I mean, I guess we could go and talk to Ron again. If he's available. On the night of the crime, you were working hard like you were supposed to. Were you working hard like you're supposed to? What? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight? But that was... And this is... Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too? Never. I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what. I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow. Now that's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? Evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened. Is there something like that? Okay, well, Gumshoe said that no one heard anything last night. But that's not really evidence, like, that could go either way. That could either be that he was out, and that's why nothing was heard, or it actually wasn't pushed. So we don't know for sure, so we can't really say that. Found a table at the crime scene. Okay, that's just the list of objects that were stolen. No. I don't think we have anything. Found in the KB security building. Oh, when the murder happened, this was... Yeah, it would be this, wouldn't it? Yeah. Because he was the one that found the wallet. And the wallet obviously was in the security room, so obviously he wasn't at a station. This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar. You hand-delivered his wallet to Miss Delight just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Ah! Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. Yeah, and 1 a.m. is after 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. Right, but, like, that doesn't... No. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this. Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. And yeah, it's probably because of this card. But, like, wouldn't that just kind of... This card was used by Ron, no? Maybe? It was used at 1 a.m., which means that the killer probably went in there with that card. Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the card to just anyone, you know. That key card data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that's supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound like a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Do they just not have a lot of guards here that they left all the important stuff to him? Well, I guess his superior is on vacation. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was open with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Alright, tell us where you were. Did you go... Who were you chasing? You went to get some food? What were you doing at 1 a.m.? Oh, I knew it. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry, there's nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her, and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It's like some horrible joke. Your ex-girlfriend called you at 1 a.m. to tell you that she was breaking up with you and she was hanging out with her new boyfriend? I don't know which is dumber here, the fact that she was doing that or the fact that you dropped everything you were doing at work and skipped to go see it. If I knew what was going on, the guy stalked me right in to kiss her. Normally I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah? So that's why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make it up for you, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick, is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make it up for it. I swear I will. Larry. Hey Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from him. Alright. Let's try to show him some of that new evidence that we got. Okay, first let's start with the button. Because apparently no one heard the button go off. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right. Just like my heart's connected to yours, Maya. Okay, moving on. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue. Like the professional guard I am. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks. I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. Anything else we can present? Okay. nothing else here. So the button was all we needed to... Yeah, makes sense. Accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it'd be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Wait, why is the CEO's office also in the basement? Wouldn't he be, like, on the top floor? Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that after the buzzer... that the buzzer didn't go off that night? It must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did. I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. Do you think you could take just one more look for me? Pretty please? Oh, okay. I just can't seem to know you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry can make a mistake like that. Never mind. Probably could. What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake. Huh? But how? Can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once. In the morning. At around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? Oh, it's terrible. It can't be. So, the murder could have been prevented if somebody was doing their job. You think we could hold Larry responsible, in part, for this murder? You know, like kind of like an accomplice, but unwittingly? If we present that, do we get anything else? Guess it really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting's a bit overrated, you know? What are you going on about, Larry? Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record? Huh? The record? No. Nothing at all. This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. Damn, that's a... I like that one, Phoenix. Good job. Okay, so if we present this to you, what's he gonna say? No. Nothing. Okay, let's see if we can go talk to... how do we get there? Well, let's go through here, I guess. Is he back yet? No. Maybe... Is anyone here? Oh, shit. Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops. What did you expect? Now they know that he was actually Mask the Mask. This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, because we just saw him elsewhere. Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case. But wasn't he in charge of the Mask investigation all the way up till yesterday? Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like, "There's nothing like a good murder case, pal." Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. I guess when there's no murders going on, you gotta keep them occupied somehow. The treasures of Kurian exhibit is all ruined now. Maya, I'm sorry. It's just so sad. This is our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it? Really? Sure. Maybe we can label it the Urn of Mask the Mask's Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. That's brilliant, Nick. We could clean up and be filthy rich. But it's a museum piece. You're not going to get paid for shit. Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews. What's she still hanging around down here for? What if she secretly masked the mask? So how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes. It was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was the Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. I like that we're still calling Desiree the Mask's wife, even though we all know Ron is not the thief. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. Looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Damask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You're just doing your job. Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atney again? About 20 days ago. And when was it that the Mask's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's it then. Detective Atney must have really wanted that sacred urn after all. I guess so. He probably used those 10 days to, like, scout the place out, figure out how to do the job, and then when he was ready, he gave the call. What? So Mask murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was here to stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. I thought we just established that Mask was Atney, who's been arrested, so it couldn't have been him? Maybe? I don't know. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you not notice anything suspicious about Detective Atney? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says so he can have an alibi when he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Mask pretty well. Are we sure that's him? Because, like, how do you hide a nose like that? Seems unlikely. I'm so glad that you got your sacred urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Finally, someone mentions it! Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Well, why would I? What is she hiding? They just made like a fake urn? I mean, look, it could be something as simple as like, we put together a fake urn so that we didn't have to display the real thing in case it got stolen. A whole lot of good that did, but that's usually what museums do, actually, is they'll make like fake versions of the exhibits so that it deters thieves. They don't try and steal them thinking they're gonna make a quick buck. Psych locks. Yep. What do you think this means, Nick? It means that the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Miss Andrews. Alright, well, let's give it a shot, because, I mean, there's not really a whole lot else we can do right now. We already got all the other evidence I'm sure we're gonna find. I don't expect this case to be going on much longer. I mean, it's a two-part case, but it's basically two separate cases into one. And the second half just seems to be a very short murder case at best. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same. So that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Wait, I'm supposed to prove that it was real? But I'm the one that suggested it was fake. Why would I need to prove it's real? Is it this? But I'm proving it's real, not fake. Okay. Take good care of the speckled urn. Oh, not that one. Where's the one, the crime scene photo of him? Oh, he's right, he was in the box. Any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? I don't know if we do, but like, what evidence would that be? Alright, fuck it, let's just... No, okay. Didn't think so. I don't know if we actually have anything. Any evidence that the urn was submitted at the trial was genuine? Okay, let's do an examination here and see if there's anything new. And then... maybe that'll help, because, like, again, we don't have, like, a whole lot of stuff. Oh, yeah. So this was... we looked at this box before, but it didn't count as evidence at the time. That's the box that had the sacred urn in it. Don't touch it. There may be clues to the thief's identity on it. I worked so hard to make that box. Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya? What's that supposed to mean? And I was so proud of it. Poor Maya. Maybe it'd have been better if Mask to Mask had taken the box too. So we already looked at all of these. I don't know why these are new. Detective Amy said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief, but that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Amy was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm gonna take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never even knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. This is the camera and computer that Detective Antony set up, huh? That's what he said. And yet he still let it take a picture of him. I'm sure it's to probably make it look less suspicious that he set it up. See, he probably rigged it, so only took one very specific photo of him. Guess he's not as smart as he pretends to be. The camera belonged to Lordly Taylor, so he knew he couldn't tamper with it. So then why would Mask to Mask, allow that to happen? Well, didn't he say he wrote the software? So that's probably something. Looks like part of a big signboard. All I can read on it is the burr. Ah, I've got it. Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger. Oh yeah, we had this conversation before. Somehow, burr is present in the word spaghetti, but don't ask. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days. Something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly and it's shocking pink. I don't see how the color of the paint is in any way important. The statue wasn't where it is now when we first came here, right? Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably Mask to Mask. Maybe he didn't like it being watched by Mystic Ami while he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out. You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. You sure she's not actually in the statue? Can we go in here at all? Is that gonna be important? Looks like the door to the actual storeroom. I see lots of big boxes and stuff back there. I guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn. Remember, Maya, Miss Andrews said we're not allowed in there. So we didn't get any new evidence, right? No, we got literally nothing. Okay, so we have to figure out what exactly proves that that was the real urn that was submitted. But, like, I don't think it was the real urn that was submitted. Okay, if the box was evidence, then I'd present it to her. But I don't think we have anything that would... Oh, you know what? We might actually. I'm gonna try the photo of Aunt Me carrying the box. Because my guess is like, oh, this is the box that had the urn in it, and we found the urn in Aunt Me's office. This one, right? Yeah. No? Okay. I don't know what we're missing. I guess that doesn't really prove as much as I thought it would. What else? Any evidence that the urn was submitted was genuine. Won't be the publicity photo, and then everything else here is murder related, so I don't think that's gonna help. No. I think we just don't have the evidence at all. Alright, that's fine. Let's stop. Okay, we clearly have to go somewhere else then, because there's nothing else we could do here. Where have we not gone yet? Can we go to the detention center? So what do we do now? Isn't it obvious we should get out there and investigate the murder? Well, first we need to find out exactly where KB Security... Oh, this is all outdated. Some hints these are. Oh, the urn. Just for relief we got the sacred urn back, huh? You bet. But there's something a little different about it. Don't me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. But the urn we got back says Ami, like it always used to. Oh yeah, you're right. Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Yeah, but the paint and the box, neither of them are clues that I can give to her. Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Ami's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled Lil Pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Is it possible that urn is a fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Kudain Village. Yeah, I guess. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Kudain Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Kudain Village to do their training, right? Yep, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're gonna train, you have to be serious. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? I mean, that wasn't even her fault. She got duped. That murder in her village happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses the Kudain technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder. It wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. Sounds like being the master of the Kudain is going to be a heavy responsibility. Fortunately, that doesn't help us right now. Doesn't have, like, anything here. No new evidence. There's literally nothing we can inspect here. Can we present something to her? No, not that. I was thinking because it kind of looked like Ronnie was in that photo, but... What about the card? Did we try that earlier? Oh, here we go. I know what that is. That's one of those key cards from Ronnie's company. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen one. It's probably because Ron doesn't work there anymore. Wonder when he was planning to break the news, or he was too timid for that. Okay, so the only other thing I can think of is, let's go back to here. And we already, I tried presenting a few things to him. Did we present this? Yeah, I did that already, right? That one doesn't work. So about this. Huh? What's that? Hey, wait a minute, Maya. What's wrong? We copied that data without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us. So, what are you two whispering about? It's nothing. It's just my billfold. It's a pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. No, I really wanted you to show it to me. Yeah, you what? You want some of this money? You ain't getting any of it. It's ours. Okay, Larry's the only other person I can think of, but like, we already broke his lock. We asked him several questions. Like, what else can we do here? Did we present this to him? Yeah. I doubt he's gonna know anything about anything else here. Are we able to break her locks then? Because there's literally nothing else we can do. We can't move anywhere. I'm thinking we have to break her locks. I don't know what else we can do. Oh wait, you know what? There is one more thing we could try. Let's go back to the CEO office. There was something I just thought I could ask Detective Gumshoe about. Nah, I don't, yeah, because we definitely don't have any evidence for this. All our evidence points to it being fake. I don't know why we need to prove that it's real. Because I forgot to give this to him. I don't know if he would know anything about it. This is proof that Ron DeLay was here at the crime scene when a murder happened. His wallet. And his keycard, huh? I think we need to ask Mr. DeLay some more about these two things. Are we able to go do that now? Was that like the magic here? That might have actually been it. No? Okay, do I need to still like show him the keycard maybe? Since they mentioned it? How do we get to these places? There we go. We need, like, it should just be a map, you know? Maybe, like, the later games, maybe Apollo Justice changes it or something, but it just needs to be, like, a map. You bring up a map screen, you tap on where you want to go. Because, like, some of these connections, like, why do we need to go to the department store to get to here? This is proof that Ron DeLay was here at the crime scene when the murder happened. His wallet and this keycard, huh? We need to ask Miss... Wait, Miss Delight or... No, she said Mr. Delight. Okay, well, can we go to... here? That's Ronnie's wallet. It was found at KB Security at the night of the murder. Ronnie and I went out to dinner early that evening. I'm sure he had his wallet with him then. So it's true then. He must have dropped it at the crime scene. Okay, what are we supposed to do then? I'm gonna actually look this one up because this is now actually stumping me where we're supposed to go. If we're supposed to solve it, then we'll do it, but... Oh, we're supposed to present the profile of the victim to Dick. I guess. I don't know why we need to do that. It seems like... Sometimes you need to do that. No. Take a look at my badge. No, we need to present his profile. Sometimes you need to present the victim and sometimes you don't, and I always forget that that's like something I should try. He's only 48. He looks way older than 48. Like, he's already graying. How is he 48? Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Shane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh, yeah. The victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbering like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick. Now's our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Oh, perfect. For some reason, I'm just like spilling all the beans. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had a chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and? And, I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already. Just gonna start learning how to pickpocket. Gonna have a very interesting Google search at the office computer tomorrow. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Ooh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah. Oh, the KB Security used to head security operations against Mask the Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Did he send it because he thought he was Mask the Mask, or did he send it because he's the head of, or he was the head of security, and it's like, you better straighten this out, or I'm gonna, you know, reveal some information about you, or something. Okay, well now do we go to literally anywhere else? Okay, there we go. Not that we knew to come here, I just assumed, you know, lawyer's intuition. Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me anymore. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see... On the same night the Sacred Urn was stolen from the Lordly Taylor department store, a blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. No locks yet? Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are Mask the Mask? Is it that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Yes, we did. Or so we think. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. I guess it is true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as Mask the Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Ant-Me. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time as the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there. so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard to unlock the door. That's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? It was him? How? How was it him? Wait, then who was Master Mask? Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam! Was it Cane Bullet that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. His tongue is sticking out. I love that picture. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe. Yes, that's right. Okay. So you panicked. This is starting to sound like Edgeworth's case. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Why do the security chiefs know how to open the safe in the CEO's office? Okay, and what'd you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who sent up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid them being spotted by them. Nick, all of a sudden Mr. Delight kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please! Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Phew, thank goodness. No. But I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief, at least that's what I thought anyway. So you became Master Mask for Desiree, huh? But I thought he wasn't Master Mask. He's just pretending to be Master Mask. Or is he not, like, denying the other 4 crimes that he did, that this guy did? Okay, let's start giving him stuff. The buzzer went off just once around the time that Bullet was killed. Oh, that's scary. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Delight? Sorry, I am afraid I do not. Why am I not surprised by how clueless he is anymore? Same thing? That's the emergencies buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it. It makes a terrible racket. Sorry, I just love making lots of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with this case? Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it, or anything else for that matter. But it did go off, so I mean, someone with gloves probably. This list, we found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. Hey, that is a list of all the things Master Mask stole. And that's the value of each item listed next to them. $100,000, $150,000. Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? The numbers seem a little low to me. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. I guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Master Mask, he must have gone away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right. I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Master Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guy in this photo, is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even pros could see through that in a heartbeat. But first heist, garden photo is Ron Delight. But as you might expect, Detective Atney found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atney found the mask disguise? That's interesting. So, okay, here's a theory then. The first case was him. Every other mask-to-mask incident was Atney trying to, you know, raise his fame. Because he found a copy of the costume. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. Ah, there it is. So that's it. That's when Atney got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. But blackmail letters? Oh, did the CEO know? Or whoever sent them knew. Which I'm pretty sure was the CEO who sent them. You got them starting when? Oh, tell me more, now! Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. Whoa. That music changed. This blackmail letter, is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me to a specific location. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Eminon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. Someone found out about your true identity? Just like that? It's not so easy being a master thief, you know. I've got to prove that it was you, so give it up, it went on to say. So in the end I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel into the safe deposit box, the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I think I see where this is going. Plans? What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or a painting or some other rare treasure. I showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested timing methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was Master Mask after all. But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. So in a way, he's kind of a victim too. Sort of. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen Xeon. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you just told me the truth? Yes. But please don't tell Desi, okay? Alright, from Damask's second heist on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. Well, that wasn't quite where I expected this to go, but I think I'm seeing the bigger picture now. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes? But please, don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? So... Wait, he turned himself in for the murder? Or was that why he started yelling about being the thief, and he thought if they could just catch him for the thief, it wouldn't be so bad and he could, you know, cover up his involvement with the murder? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? Yeah, okay, there it is. I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delay to his word. Oh. Hey, Pearly!
I'm back.
Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time?
The sacred urn, Mr. Nick, I took it back to Korean Village to have it examined.
And? What'd you find out?
Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn.
Really? But how do they know it's the real urn? Or is she lying? I don't know if I believe this.
Yeah, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem.
Problem?
These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint and that they were put on the urn recently.
Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? Yeah, just wash it off, right?
What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick. We got to find out how they got there.
Oh, okay. We'll find out how they got there.
But please don't forget to help me.
Found in Otmi's office, covered in pink splotches, but it's the genuine article. Well, there's our information we were looking for. Okay. Let's get out of here. We need to go back here, probably. And then go here. And then go here. And then... Oh, okay, never mind. She's gone. Boy, this is looking familiar. Oh, no, she's here.
Oh, Pearl. How nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined.
Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here.
Nick, let's look around one more time.
Oh, now are we supposed to examine and grab this stuff as evidence? Yeah, probably. His box. There's something about it that's bothering me.
It's the box the sacred urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it, too.
And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint ink got on it now.
Alright, let's investigate again, Nick.
There we go. Now we can add it to evidence. And obviously we probably need this. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
Something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it's shaped oddly and it's shocking pink. Mr. Nick, could it be this odd shape is...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it.
Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in.
If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well.
Wow, you're right. Look, it matches.
So why was the box sitting in paint? And if that paint's been there for like several days...
What is it, Mr. Nick?
This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Completely dry, the box of the sacred urn fits in the gap perfectly. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Okay, now we can talk to her, probably. I think we have the evidence we need to break these locks, by the looks of it. Okay, well, I mean, we're gonna have to take a little girl's word for it, but apparently this is indeed the real urn. Did someone fix it? Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Korean Village and had it examined.
Is that right?
That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again.
Did you say again?
Yes, it was broken once a year ago, and now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Well, at least someone fixed it properly this time.
Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
How do you think it was broken recently? How do you know?
Okay, well, the paint probably, right? Do we click on the paint? Completely dry, fits the sacred urn, has pink stains on it. Let's try the paint. Okay. It's probably leave the box then. Is there something else that would say it was broken recently? Nah. Well, wait. No, what? How does that prove it was broken recently? Oh. I know why. Duh. This one. Yeah. Right. The obvious thing here. This poster. It was made recently, right?
Poster? Ah, the poster for the exhibit.
At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed.
I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken.
That was a mistake. Now, tell me the truth.
Wait.
For?
Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it.
Huh?
Yes, that's it. It must have been one of those people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened.
Looks like she's not going to give up that last psych block so easily.
Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor?
Well, the paint, right? Probably? Because, like, the paint wasn't on it during the photo shoot, but the paint's on it now. But do we... Like, I'm gonna try the box. Okay. Well, Miss Andrews?
What is this supposed to mean?
This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. And there's something on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say?
So? What does that prove?
That the urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means that the urn was broken here too.
So can you prove that? Can you prove that box was dropped here in the basement warehouse?
I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Yes, more or less.
There's pink paint splattered on the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. But there's an odd shape imprinted into part of the paint stain, am I right?
Yes.
If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken.
Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright.
Why doesn't the box have, like, padding inside it or something? It seems really dangerous.
I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn.
Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher.
I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. It happened to about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. But when I tripped on a paint can and I lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground. Oops. I heard a terrible noise. I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened.
Why would you open the lid like that and just drop the pieces everywhere?
The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock and let out a huge scream. I could totally see how that could have happened.
Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Mai understands.
Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of the Korean village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing would have assumed it said Ami.
Wow, okay. Right in front of her, eh? Damn.
Any sane person? Really?
Oh, pearls. See, now, okay, in English, yeah, any sane person would have known it would read as one word. But we can't blame her in the Japanese version because those kanji could have gone either way, okay? Now, that said, though, any sane person would know that this part of the vase goes at the top. I don't know how she managed to fix it, considering how it was broken before.
Said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom, and no one had seen it since then.
Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box. Kept out of sight.
But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it.
The Ami face statue. Aha! The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen.
But Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And? I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange.
What is it, Pearl?
The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible.
She's right about that. Yeah, why was the statue moved? Well, I guess it was probably moved when whoever took the sword out of the hand probably did something. Well, Miss Andrews?
Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again?
Well, then who was it?
Who would have done it and why?
Probably the thief. On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it was moved. But why? Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime, moved again that night. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case.
Why? Why do you think so, Nick?
Because that night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB Security. So then why did another mask-to-mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact.
One undeniable fact?
The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. So was the thief really Luke at me? I mean, again, seems almost too good to be true, no? That whole case kind of just solved itself.
Hey, Nick.
What is it this time?
You won't believe how many people are here for the trial.
Well, it is a murder case.
What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door.
Next door?
Why don't you know this, Nick? Having Detective Adme's trial today.
Detective Adme?
They say they're going to try him as Mask to Mask.
Already? That was fast. What do you mean that was fast? It's like normal for this world. It's already been a day. That checks out, honestly.
Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial.
By the way, where's Pearls?
Oh, she went back home. She says she can't neglect her training anymore.
Pearls has really gone into her training lately, huh?
Yeah, ever since that incident last year.
Please, don't ignore me!
Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning.
No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone.
Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean...
You're the murderer?
No. I'm just a poor thief.
No, wait. That's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Well, you could be a shitty thief. Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists.
Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick?
It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock.
Huh? How come?
let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Does it have something to do with the case next door? I wonder who's defending at me in that case. Poor Sap's gonna get, end up with a guilty verdict on him. You think Miles Edgeworth is over there prosecuting it? Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, so what do you do in the morning? Chug 3 cups of coffee and call it good? Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand, yet again. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That's exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Cade Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in the safe at approximately 9 AM on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 AM of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot, please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Let him finish his coffee first, okay? Give him a second. Okay then. Let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. You've got guts, Trite. All right then, Mr. Ron Delight. Please take the stand. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No. That's not true. One moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. I think actually his testimony will help us a lot here. That evening around 1 AM, I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. That's it? That's the testimony? Okay. 1 AM, the exact time the murder took place. Cup number 2. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. It's bitter today too. Just like my destiny. You never know it from the way he's chucking it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. 1 AM, huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes. That's what my watch said when I went entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow and my internal clock was also a bit... 1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullet, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. It ordered you there? It was the first time I'd gotten blackmail letter. A blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this or take that. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Blight? Please don't say any more. Now what should I do? Well, we just told him to stop talking, but I'm sure we can try and redirect this conversation. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? He said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? Perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh? Is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. That's not good for us. Muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. We'll come back to that one. I guess we'll press it, but we'll have to... I mean, obviously we know where we're presenting. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole the mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullet wouldn't have anything on me. He didn't? Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Tessie believes in me. So that's why Mr. Light didn't believe he was mask to mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. A security chief? You? And yet, a year ago you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? Perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. No, I want to find out why he was fired. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Oh, okay, then I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. I needed money. You needed money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of a hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough. So I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, you stole some data. And sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. What? I wish I never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to the company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit that you stole data from your company. Is that correct? Yes, I'm Sully. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing is just a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. I don't think she does. That sounds true. Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby. What else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste! So Mr. Light doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem. I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples.
Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. There wasn't much to his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least, that's what it sounds like to me.
Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this. You better be careful.
But if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, can we ask him the other question? Might as well, right? Oh, okay, no, we don't get to ask anymore. Okay, well, she definitely doesn't know, but we know where we're presenting here. Wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Okay, so we know the blackmail threat. If you don't want your identity, if you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Isn't that like a threat? Wouldn't that cause trouble? No? Okay. Alright. We'll be careful. Might as well save here because we did make it pretty far in. Worker KB Security. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. I don't think it's possible for this to be where we need to present. Because, like, I don't think she actually does know about that. Oh, maybe it's the testimony from yesterday. That would make sense, actually. Second heist on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. No? What do you mean, no? How is that not causing trouble? You literally need to steal because you're being told by blackmail. Blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Okay, let's press this again. Maybe we'll get some more info. So what were you being blackmailed about anyway? Yeah. Referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing, yeah. Oh. Oh, okay, this is a Oh, we had to press it again. I'm afraid that reason is going to hold up anymore. What do you mean? The victim had no proof to defend it was mask-to-mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier.
But that was all over with once I was fired.
But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps.
Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now, a whole year later.
Is that really true?
What is it, Nick?
The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Yeah, he kind of would. Like, wouldn't that cause a scandal or something? I mean, he should have been arrested, right? Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public.
Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client?
Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo? Yes. Now come on, provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Cup number 3. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? Is it possibly because of this? But this was only... This is only a couple months ago, right? Like, the whole mask-to-mask thing only started a few months ago, well after he was fired. So that couldn't have anything to do with it. Kane's list. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from the going public? It wouldn't have something to do with this diamond. No, that's later on though. No, that's something else. It might be this, actually. That's later. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? Is it because of his relationship with Desiree? Yeah, this might have been it. Mr. Delate, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. But I... Listen to me, my Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Kato. Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh, No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. It's like he already had this whole thing figured out. Don't talk about my Desi like that. Oh, you'll be sorry. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick?
I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Did you forget about all the cases last year where you literally got whipped in 20 minutes? Clearly there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife and killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. Motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. A familiar-looking shadow. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. I came to... Mr. Bullet was lying there, dead. Wearing what exactly? I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said the Master struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Anthony turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. Yeah, by yourself, maybe? We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Wright? Don't go easy just because he's your client. Number 4? Or did I lose count? Is this 5? No, this is 5. I think I said 4 earlier. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Alright. I'm curious what that was that he was wearing exactly, but we'll get to that. Who was this suspicious shadow? If there was a thousand of me, and even if one knew, I tell you, trust me. His dodging of all our questions is not helping us win this case. I mean, is it really dodging? He just... It was probably dark. He probably didn't see. Okay, then how was the victim, Mr. Bullard, at that time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one person who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Okay, well now he's dodging the question. Your forehead? Yes, I will see it on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. That? Could you please clarify what you are referring to? Why, my Mask the Mask costume, of course. Wait just a moment. Mask the Mask?
Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I just as masked the mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems her little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait. That's not right. You know how some things just slip your mind. My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. Oh, I guess we didn't see one of them. I was just counting when he was, like, actually getting new cups, but apparently he's got 6 now. Oh, you know what? No, there was one time, because he didn't... There was one, pan to him, he didn't have a cup. Pan back to him, then he did have a cup. So we didn't see him get the cup, but that would have been a new cup. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Master Mask costume. Why were you dressed up as Master Mask? Why, because I'm Master Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Master Mask is trial being held next door. Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over some Master Mask issue. So I thought I should go as you, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. Took a lot longer? What's he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullet's body. What was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh, looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. Hey, Crafter, how's it going? I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, you say? Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Well, they found the corpse. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Okay, what do we have that would make his circumstances too awkward for 10 minutes to pass?
Okay, what do we have here? I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why would it have taken so long? The buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CO's office. Okay, so time of death was at 1 a.m. exactly. The buzzer went off at 1:02 a.m. Is that it, maybe? Do we present this then to show that it went off at 1:02? Because, like, my thinking is, the buzzer is going off. The alarm has been sounded. Why are you spending 10 minutes hiding a body when you should be getting the fuck out of there so no one finds you? Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as the chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. But, as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser, who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend, and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. That was, like, oddly specific. Really reeling into him there, Phoenix. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer go off. I'm sorry, are you calling my client dumb? Judge, I'll get this guy out of here. He's badgering my client. I'd like him to be removed from this courtroom. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? So what are you saying? Is that cup number 7? Or 8? 7? What are you saying exactly? That he opened the safe and then someone else stuffed the body inside? Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted? That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So, what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hide the buzzer, to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in the room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. The order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is preposterous. It was this kid, Ron Delight, who is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Ugh, every time, eh? It's like, oh, they didn't die instantly. They would have totally pressed the button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is then your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? And he had proved that the real criminal was there at the scene. But how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Ooh. I don't know if we can, because, like, we don't know... There's no way to log who sounded the buzzer, right? And there's no fingerprints. And unfortunately, since there's no fingerprints on it, it could have definitely been Ron, because if he was inside in his outfit, in his thieving outfit, there are gloves, so there would have been fingerprints. There are no fingerprints on it. It was sounded at 1:02 a.m. Can I prove it wasn't Kane Buller's sound? Well, okay. How? Well, yeah. I mean, that would have been my theory, but Godot just told me that that could have been possible. He died at 1 a.m., but he could have like hung on long enough to hit it at 1:02. Unless that really is the thing here. Can I prove it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? I don't know if I don't think that's it. That seems too weak. That's too flimsy. But if there's anything else, like, I'm not seeing it, because all we know is that it sounded at 1:02. This guy died at 1 a.m. But I guess there's an argument to be made that he could have, like, been alive for a couple extra minutes, just barely. Enough to reach up and press the buzzer. Right? So I'm going to say not ready yet. I hope that's right. The defense admits there is no evidence to the contrary. It is possible that the victim himself sounded the buzzer. Possible. More like definite, Mr. Wright. Which means only 2 people were there at the crime scene after all. Well, no. I mean, the victim, Kane Bullard, and his killer, Mr. Delight.
Come on, Nick. If you can't prove that the real killer was there, this trial's as good as finished.
Okay, so I do need to present it then. It's probably that. It's probably the fact that it's at 1:02. I don't know what else it could be. Alright, let's show some evidence. Proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. Okay. Well, it has to be this. Yeah. Well, what do you think, Mr. Godot? Huh. I can hear it. The sound of a buzzer. Huh? It's going off inside your head this very moment. The emergency buzzer of your heart.
Is it really?
Maybe just a little. Mr. Wright, you need to think more carefully. No, okay. Spence being this. Okay, this piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. Is it the autopsy? Because he died at 1 a.m.? Oh yeah, because we presented this earlier, so it's gotta be this, right? No? Yeah, okay. I figured it wasn't gonna be either of those things because they just finished arguing that, you know, he could have been alive somehow or something. So what else could prove that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer? We don't have any proof that he was knocked out is the problem. Wasn't the victim who sounded the Okay, this is gonna seem really stupid, but it's not this, right? We're not gonna try and like postulate that he was at the... No, because we just finished yesterday proving that he wasn't there, and he was at KB, so that's impossible. I don't think this has anything to do with it. I mean, but that has nothing to do with the actual murder itself. Connected to the basement security guard office, there are no fingerprints on it. But again, he was wearing his costume, so... I mean, at this point, it probably is this. It is? How? That doesn't... He just finished admitting that he was wearing his costume. We're not seriously going to try and hope that people forgot this fact, are we? How would you have... There's no logic to this one. Okay, Phoenix, please explain, because at this very moment, I have no logical reason to have picked this option. It was just the only option left, because it's the only conceivable piece of evidence that's even remotely tied to the current question. I don't see how. Because if he was wearing his mask-to-mask costume when he went to the office, he would have had gloves on. There are no fingerprints on this button. That means anyone could have pressed that button, including Ron, because Ron was wearing gloves. So how does this prove that Ron did not push the button? I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. I don't think you know what that word means, Phoenix. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Number 8? I haven't really been keeping very good count. I think he's on number 8. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought on what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullet had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna casually ignore the idea that he had his costume on, I guess. Did he just forget the gloves? Everyone has forgotten that he was wearing his costume with gloves. Ron Delight obviously wiped them off. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask the Mask, who has gloves. And Mask the Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button for your fingerprints? So how does this prove that he didn't push it? It's a little early for the case 3 bullshit here. We're still case early for that. That doesn't mean he didn't push it then. Order! 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 Huh. It would seem. Number 9. I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what blend number of crow-flavored coffee is. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person push the emergency buzzer? Maybe to frame Ron? Like, push buzzer, knock out Ron, leave. Now everyone thinks, oh, Ron's there with the body. Must have been him. Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're onto you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though the security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond? Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. You've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To find out what it did? What, do you think it was an accident? I guess I could see that. To call the security guard to find out... They didn't mean to. Did he do it on purpose or did he do it by accident? Okay, well... Accident could be a lot of things. I mean, maybe that's why they fled the scene, is because they accidentally sounded the alarm. Okay, if they were trying to call the security guard up, why would they want to do that? I mean, again, there's the possibility to, like, frame him, but yeah, like, extra danger. It must have been an accident. In all probability, the killer didn't mean to press it. What do you mean? It's possible that they simply pressed it by accident. It could have been with their back during the scuffle, for example. Ah, that must have been why there weren't any fingerprints. Objection. Number 10. Is there a functioning brain underneath all that ridiculous hair, Mr. Trite? Huh? The accused testified that he was hit as soon as he entered the room. In other words, as far away from the buzzer as he could possibly be at the time. Well, you know, accidents happen. Could have been any time. Oh, okay. It's been seen you've been taken for quite a ride, Mr. Wright. One more time. Gotta calm down and think quick. Well, I guess it was to call the security guard then. I'm not really sure why they would do it on purpose. The killer knew that if they pressed the button, a guard would come running. I mean, was it really to frame him? Maybe the killer was the one who was sending the blackmail. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you need to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes, although as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the 3rd person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. Yeah, so frame him, right? That did make sense to me, but they kind of, I don't know, I guess I read too literally. That's my bad. And if any security guard came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. Order! Order! It would seem number 11. Or is this 10? Because we went backwards a bit. I'm gonna say this one's 10. I've been made to eat my own words again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait. Wait a second. I'm the one and only master mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're going to drag that person in here right now. But, who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet. But think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So, the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now, it's not going to be who I think it is, then. It wouldn't happen to be the man next door on trial. But then, if it was, how did he... Who stole the pot? Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? It would be the one person that knew. Which, yeah, I mean, the only person that claims to have known is him. I think I see what's going on here, maybe. It doesn't really explain who stole the pot, and if anything, that means this guy didn't steal the pot, but Ron also didn't steal the pot, so some third party stole the pot. I don't know who else it would be. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective. Luke Atme? You mean Master Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask the Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Then who is Mask the Mask? There's a third party here! Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself! Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? Well, they're not even close. Murder is more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, the famous detective was unmasked as, well, as Mask the Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty? Master Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lord Lee Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask the Mask was Luke Atmey's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi? But if he was there, then how was he there? You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atmey's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atmey's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? That's only good, when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you! Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you! Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this?
Phoenix.
What was that?
Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust.
That voice. It sounds like... Mia! Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. So that's your answer, huh? Very well, I'll decide it as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atmey to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Payne's in charge of the other trial? This guy's gonna win? This guy actually thought he was gonna win? And now he's gonna get denied a win. Because fucking Phoenix Wright over here canceled his trial. That's pretty funny. Well, sir, Detective Atmey? I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Atmey. You were the one who... Whoa, who's this judge? That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atmey. Yo, can we meet this judge? Can we, like, do a case in his court? Wait, don't hand down your verdict yet, please. Well, well, sir lawyer. Welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? This guy's fucking Canadian? Look, I'm sorry, I can't do a Canadian accent, it's just not happening. My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atmey. Accusation? You accuse Master Mask? That man is not Master Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Okay, now I definitely want to do a trial in his courtroom. Why is a Canadian judge in charge of an American trial, though? That's what I want to know.
My sis. I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive inside your heart. Nicky boy.
Oh, Miss Delight.
Is it true that your detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lloyd Lee Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atmey want to kill Kane Bullard?
Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom.
We need to find some solid proof.
And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atmey, please take the stand. Well, well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask the Mask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke at me has no idea what you mean. Of course, I had been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there is no way I could have known what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask the Mask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masters. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my defined finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask the Mask? It's like everyone wants to be Mask the Mask these days. Of course. Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 AM, Kane Bullitt was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Number 11. Alright, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. I was stealing the urn as Mask the Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask the Mask was the same time as the murder. I mean, that is true. The camera did indeed capture someone stealing something at 1 AM. It seems the main point of discussion be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now is all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Mask the Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. We didn't say you could leave. That's how this works. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Oh, don't worry. You'll be getting your verdict, Mr. Atme. It just may not be the verdict that you wanted. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I'm called Mask the Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean? Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke Atme? That could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask the Mask to create an alibi? What an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had accomplice? I'm gonna have to expose him, unfortunately. If Luke Atme was at KB Security during the murder, then the Mask to Mask in this picture has to be a fake. Exactly. You had an accomplice. Is that number 12? That's probably Cup 12. Now remember, you've said that, Mr. Tribes, because there's no going back. If you're making baseless claims, I'll treat you to a penalty myself. That penalty is probably boiling hot, too. Who's the accomplice? Oh, fuck. I didn't save. Oh no, I mean, well, I saved, but we'll have to, like, mash text. It's fine. I mean, I thought we were going down this path because it's pretty clear that this was the guy who was actually doing the crimes at his behest, most likely. Okay, it was not... No. Yeah. I mean, I guess if we're going specifically for who was in that picture, then no, it couldn't have been either of them. His accomplice was indeed Ron, according to Ron. But the person who was in the warehouse, in the costume, carrying that box at 1 a.m., well, I'm not sure. The aura! The aura! You're going to judge someone by their aura? You'd be right up there with the #1 suspect, Mr. Wright. Damn it. That's okay. Okay, I won't do that again. We clearly don't have enough information yet. It's okay, we're pretty early on, so it's fine. Alright, let's try that again. I'll just make sure to save when we get back to the cross-examination. Okay, I said that was cup number 11, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's cup number 11. Okay, so I'm not going to do that again. That was clearly a stupid thing to do. Let me save here first. I'll still press it, just in case that's important, but I just won't present. So who would that person be? It's not like gonna be like Andrews or something. Is she not? I'm almost wondering if it is. If I'm forced to point out who this person is, my next guess is gonna be Adrian Andrews. Nah, I'm good for now. If Luke Antme was at the KB security during the murder, then the mask in this picture has to be a fake. And there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's gotta be another way, and I'm gonna find it. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point? That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see, you truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Antony was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it. He'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. So he would definitely need an accomplice if he wants to keep up his act. He'll have his mask to mask doing all the dirty work so that he can look good. That's why I thought, because Ron was saying that it was him, and that makes sense because it's like he was blackmailing him for whatever. Probably because of the first instance that apparently Ron did on his own. But in this case, it sounds like there was a second accomplice. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. Indeed. It turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. A sad, blue melody. Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photo. Now, he says it was at the same time. Technically, the picture is at 12:58, and the murder was at 1. But I'm sure that's fine, because there's no way you're going to get to the murder scene in 2 minutes from the warehouse. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now, it's all clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious.
So, this alibi is false?
It has to be, or he could have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security.
But I'm not really spotting anything unusual.
There are 2 possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. So which are we going to prove here? Maybe that's what was meant by an accomplice. Maybe we need to... Do we have something that could show that the photo was altered? Something in the photo that could make it fake. Well... We knew that the brooch was missing, but we kind of went over that. Wait. That statue isn't there. The statue's not there at all. Because the statue wasn't moved. Well, no. Because, okay, so the statue... So the current believed timeline of events at the site of the theft. The mask comes in. Atme comes out, or allegedly comes out. He was over at the computer. Mask clunks him over the head with the sword. So he probably would have taken the sword, moved the statue, and then hit him, and then gone and stole the thing. So I guess this makes sense. But I wonder if that's what it wants me to go for, is that the fact that the statue's missing? Because there was that whole thing about how the statue was here, and then after the crime occurred, it was moved back, and the sword was on the floor and bent. I wonder if that's possibly... Because aside from that, everything else here is kind of related to the murder part of this case. In this case, one turn will be my witness, the time which... Okay. Was it this one that we need to press for the option to do a special present? Okay, that means send out to start to watch. Reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once is perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I think the photo is fake. Or, not fake, but like...
Hey Nick, isn't there something odd about this?
Detective Atme was always proud of his ace type. Yeah, so this is where we get the question. Photograph contains the words, in this case, turn to be a witness. Okay, so this is where we need to press... Let me just check the photo one more time. There's no, like, date on this, right? They say it was taken the night of the crime, but... Is there a chance that this was, like, a different day at 12:58? During his watch? Like, it could have been any of the 10 days he was on watch. Is it this one? No, I think it was the one before it. Oh no, here we go. Think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse, and this picture that supposedly captures it. It's gotta be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? Yeah, there is. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night, before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. I'm gonna... save it here. What about this photograph do you find funny? I'm guessing we need to click over here, like the lack of statue, right? That's gotta be it. Yes. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. I mean, I guess when it's black and white, you can't really tell. Ah, blood! Now this is getting interesting. Not exactly. The stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches. Judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Hello, Mr. Wright? What is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? So far the only thing I haven't liked about this case is like the double pressing that we have to do, because I'm not really sure what the logic is necessarily. I'm probably just not paying, like, there's probably some logic in there. And I don't know, like, anytime double pressing is a thing in one of these cases, it's always felt weird to me, because it's like, you don't really know when you need to do it, even if you are paying like 100% attention. Supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would have been the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there. But we know it moved because... This one's a little flimsy because we know it moved possibly from the crime itself. Because we know it moved after... It was moved by the time the crime already occurred. But I guess it's never really stated when that would have been. I just assumed that the crime caused it to move somehow. But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? I don't think I can. I'm gonna save here, though. I think we're fine. Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Okay, well, my theory is still Mask the Mask, because if we're going off the original, like, story, the sword was taken out, clunked at me over the head, and then ran off with the box. Right? So who else would have moved it? I mean, I guess it could have been either of them, right? Unless it was Luke trying to stage something. But why would he deliberately move it? Who was the one that moved the golden statue in that cave? We know it's not Mask the Mask. Or is it? I mean, could it be? I guess it could have been him, because we don't know who this third person was, but maybe they were the ones that moved the statue. So it wouldn't have been Luke. I'm gonna try this one first. No, that wasn't it, was it? Okay, it's probably Luke then. Yeah. I've messed up. I know. I'm just gonna load now so we don't have to face the embarrassment. Why did they move it? Right. I mean, what reason would me have to move it? I I mean, probably to get it out of the shot. Maybe he knew that statue wasn't... Well, okay, but that leads me back to what I've been saying, is like, maybe that picture happened a different day. Maybe the picture itself is fake. The one who moved the statue is none other than Look at me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. But then, who was Mask the Mask if he was also the killer? I'm so confused. Okay, that's why I'm thinking that photo had to be doctored. That photo was taken on a different day. Maybe, okay, here's a thought. That photo is not the photo that was taken at 1 a.m. the night of the crime. That photo was taken on a different day, and there's some other photo out there that was taken the night of the crime, and we don't have that photo. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? Reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask the Mask, to create an alibi by showing you were at Lord Lee Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. So wait, when was it taken then? Yeah, I think we're leading up to the idea that the photo was taken at a different time. So it would have had to have been sometime after the statue arrived. Wait, but like, Wouldn't it'd be better for him to leave the statue where it is then? If he was trying to recreate the scene on the night of the crime? Because if he knew the statue was there and therefore had to move it, wouldn't it have been better to leave it so that everything was in the same place? A single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Where in this picture does this lie exist? Okay, so single flaw, why he had to move the statue? Because he needed the box, right? And the box is here? It was on the paint, but no, she covered up the paint with the... Single fatal, okay. I must have missed something here reading the text. I must have missed paying attention fully. So he's trying to recreate the scene of the crime. So he had to move the statue. But I think the part I'm getting confused on is if he wanted to recreate the night of the crime, why not... Why not leave the statue where it is? Also, he needed the box, but then... Is it the box then? The lie is Mask the Mask. Are you saying that this Mask the Mask is a fake? Oh, okay, well, yeah, sure. I mean, that works too. Huh. You know, I really wish you would start acting more responsibly. Huh? The current question is, why was the golden statue moved? So what possible connection could there be with Mask the Mask's identity? Oh, buggers. Your face has old buggers written all over it. That's a penalty for you. Shit. Okay, let me reload that and let's pay more attention. What reason did the witness have to move the statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me, you pretended to be Mask the Mask, to create an alibi by showing you were at Lord Lee Taylor that night. right? But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. If the statue had been there, that's why you had to move the statue. Is it because the statue had the sword in it? Just where in this picture does this lie exist? Is it, oh, is it the paint maybe? It must still be the paint. Line this photo somewhere around here. Jumping to conclusions again? I think you need to take a gander in your local mirror. Oh, wait. I know. I know exactly what it is. No, I think I know exactly what it is. I realize now. The paint's not right. It's right up here. It's the part I've been saying this entire time. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. So he was trying to recreate the thing, so he had to move the statue. Well, the statue would have already been moved. So my theory then is, if the statue was already moved, well, when did we get the photograph, though? Okay, he had to move the statue, so it means it took place after, on the day of the crime. It couldn't have been before, and he didn't doctor this photo early, I don't think. Unless he did. Unless he set this whole thing up beforehand. And therefore the statue... Well, no, but he had to move the statue. So he moved the statue to take the picture. He was trying to make it look like he was here. So he would have gone to kill Kane first. And then came back to create the picture. But when would he have done that? Because did he, like, mess with the timestamp then? He must have, right? Because, I mean, he did say he wrote the software that they used. So, it stands to reason he would have access to manipulate timestamps. He could have taken that photo whenever he wanted. What does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well, statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. It was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim, and so in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah, so on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. But why would that matter? Like, he wasn't taking a second picture. If he took the picture and he set this whole thing up days before, then, like, what's moving the statue gonna do? Oh! He moved the statue to, like, try and be like, oh, well, you know, the statue is just not in the shot. It's not that the statue was going to show up in any potential photo that was taken on the actual night of the crime. It's that he just didn't want it to be in a position where someone could think that the statue should have been in the shot. That's what's going on here. Okay, so I had the right idea. I just was like approaching it from the wrong angle there. The reasoning was there. The reason he moved the statue was because if there was any photo that was taken on the night of the crime, then there needs to be a good reason for why that statue isn't in the shot of the one that was actually presented to court. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in the photo.
Order! Order! Mr. Atme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor.
Have you forgotten about this? What's that? It's the data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. But we don't have that photo. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. There we go. We did come back around to that. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order, Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? I don't know what cup we're on by now. I think we've probably skipped a cup or two. Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. My 11th cup. Ah, thank you, Mr. Godot. Very helpful. Okay, I was right then. He is on his left. I've been counting correctly. They've been very meticulous with this. I like that. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good to the last drop. Alright, fucking Maxwell. However, the defense is a very good point. Good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is? Number 12. And it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way. Don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask the Mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. I first received the request from Lord Tail about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box in Zavadi. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to seize the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 AM on October 12th. Isn't that... That's when the murder took place, eh? Alright. He's got his testimony all planned out. That's pretty much all the stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we'll find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Savani. Very well then. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seems that they had heard of my Savine reputation. I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You better watch out too, Maya. Let's save here. I'd hate to have to go through all of that again. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. So no one was allowed in the storeroom. At all. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. So how did you know what you were stealing? Well, I guess the box was labeled the Sacred Urn. So, I guess that'd probably help. But if he didn't know where it was in the storeroom, like, when he had to, like, search for it, try and find the box? I mean, okay. Did he know that the box existed? Sounds like he might have. So he would have at least known what to look for, even if he didn't know what the urn actually looked like. He knew the box existed. My security is focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, look at me, and let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course, because Anime knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Then no one entered the basement warehouse? Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. So people were going in and out of the warehouse because they were setting up the rest of the exhibit. So about 5 days. So that was probably like what? So you sent the card out 10 days and then they're setting the exhibit up from like day 10 to day 5. But he wasn't allowed in there because of the urn. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed. To be honest, even if the photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much.
Hey, Nick, if this photo's a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken.
Exactly. Which means that him holding it for the first time at 1 AM on the 12th is probably a lie. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. We need to take a good hard look at the court record. So what have we, like, added to this? Anything? Wooden box had the sacred urn in it, has pink stains on it. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. So he was... Okay, so he was hired 20 days ago for security. And then 6 days into his tenure, this urn was broken. But he's never seen... If he says he never seen the urn, has he never seen this ad? So surely he would have at least known about that. Like, he should have at least seen the ad. Maybe he saw Adrian... No, he wouldn't have saw it. Sounds like no one saw Adrian repair it. No one knew about that. Not a lot to go on, is there? That detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Alright then, how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. Never seen the urn before he stole it. Okay, so we know in that photo, the urn was already broken. Because the paint mark was on the ground. Like the square paint stamp. So the urn was already broken, she already fixed it up, and he already had the box. So do we want to go for... Do we want to try the picture first? Because it's like, oh, well, you saw the picture, so you knew what it looked like. Or do we present the photo again, and then try and build a case around the paint splatter? I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card to his partner. Then housed security by myself. Held the urn in my hands for the first time. Okay, this one seems the most suspicious. I'm going to say this is wrong because of the security camera photo. Based on what we did earlier, based on some other stuff in the photo that we can probably work with. No, okay. Then it's probably the advertisement. Unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Okay, this could also be something. We could try the ad here. Okay, if it's not the ad here, it's probably the ad on the final one. No? Okay. Okay, so it's not any of those. First received a request from Lordly Tale about 20 days ago, right? Urn was placed in the box. So between day 20 and day 14, the urn was in its original shape. The ad picture was taken. Day 14, it breaks. Adrian fixes it at some point. Probably very close to then. Then he takes this picture. Some point between after the urn was fixed and returned to its storage, that picture was taken. Because we know the paint is already marked. Urn was placed in a box and sent to the warehouse. I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. Okay, so let's press some of these again. Maybe this is another double press. So ask to guard the urn, right? And then unable to see the urn for myself. So you're sure you've never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, look at me, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. Okay. So you never saw the urn before. I mean, surely he would have at least seen the ad, though. Like, that would have been something, right? Not security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. Held the urn in my hands for the first time on 1 AM on October 12th. Did I try the picture here? Yeah, I did, right? This is where I first tried the picture. Okay, so we need to prove that this is not the first time he's handled the urn. But how do we prove that? I think these will be relevant, but not... When Adrian dropped the urn's box 2 weeks ago, she also knocked over some paint. Could that have been when he saw the urn? Broken and repaired by Adrian, it then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. Now, was it kept out of sight after it was repaired, or during repairs as well? Okay. No, I just had to see. It could be the paint, but I don't think so. I'm not sure what we're supposed to be clicking at this point. I think I might just look this one up too, because like I'm at a loss for what the logic is here. Okay, let's see before we actually do. Is there anything in here? Maybe. I'll be coming to purloin the most priceless work of art on display in your treasure of Kudian exhibit. Take good care of the speckled urn. Speckled. Wait. That's it. I never realized what that said. Unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Holy shit, that's it. Wow, how did I miss something like that? Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? Yeah, we didn't need any hints there. I figured it out. The only reason I looked at that card again was I was trying to find if there's like some sort of timestamp or something based on like him sending it or something. I didn't even know it said that little bit at the end, but that little bit at the end, that was the catch. That's when he knew. So he saw it sometime after it was fixed and before he sent the card. In that 4-day window. But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask the Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here, surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn.
Yes, that is true, but so what?
Truth be told, there's no way that Mask the Mask could have known about this pattern.
What do you mean?
This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains.
Paint stains?
And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. And now, we get to go on that's 13. We get to go on the whole path of, let's show how this all happens. And they got those stains.
I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite.
The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error. Or should I say, an error-prone human. And that is when the pink paint got stuck on the urn.
You can't be serious.
And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means, Detective Adme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. Okay, so now we're gonna like show how this photo was taken early. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. That was our goal today, to prove that he could have been at KB Security the night of the murder.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Alright, that did it. He's broken.
Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose.
Huh? Number 14? I think we're on 14.
So sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask the Mask. And now we're calling him a murderer.
You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
Oh no, I think he's both. I'm very confident that he's all these things.
That's a good point.
No way, don't fall for that too, Your Honor.
You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a bit of a problem. Why would he do that?
An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright. Motive. Might you my merry murderous motive manifest?
Nick, he's getting his second wind.
He prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say. He must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what that defendant's motives were.
What were his motives?
I'd be honored to, sir, old-timer.
They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Oh, okay, we're gonna try and do this through testimony. That's good. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. This has to be, like, one of the last testimonies. I feel like we're close to this. Yeah, the music's even picking up.
I, Look at Me, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who I was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask the Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy.
I think he said something in there that definitely seems a little off. And I think I know exactly what we're presenting.
So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. Handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter.
That haircut truly is a tragedy. Wait, are we talking about... We're talking about Luke's, right? Surely you don't mean Mr. Godot's over here, because his looks kind of sick.
What?
Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. Okay, so Bullard is the one that was writing the blackmail letters, but I don't think they're to Ron. I think he was mistaken about Ron's, well, I guess that's what you said in the thing, right?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination.
Okay, that's fine. I think I know still what we're presenting and where, but let's see. And who in the world is going to prove that?
I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we weren't able to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work? They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight.
Mistook?
That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take an error.
That wasn't what I meant.
So who did the victim mistake Master to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course.
Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask the Mask?
Don't you already know that? Safari, take a good look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous Tear of Eminon. A magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article and Safari. He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Mask the Mask.
I don't think you have any right to call him ugly when your hair looks like that. I agree, Acoustic. This guy's hair sucks. I mean, I don't know if the Princess Leia look is doing it for him either, but it's still better. I'll take the cinnamon bun swirls over whatever the fuck Luke's trying to pull off here. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. Now, Ron confessed the other day that he was the one responsible for that first case. And, I mean, we don't have any reason not to believe him at this time. So in a way, he wasn't mistaken. He knew who he was writing the letters to.
You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says bring $50,000, and the handwriting is, without a doubt, the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see the addressee on this letter anywhere.
An addressee?
This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant.
I don't know about that. How do we know it wasn't planted? I wonder. What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Oh, do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter.
Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied?
What do you mean by that?
Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Safari! The KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company.
Wait, how did you know that? You weren't here for that testimony. You were in the other courtroom doing your own trial.
Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually Mask the Mask? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance.
Do you really think that story is gonna hold up?
That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight.
Number 15.
Ronnie thinks he's masked the mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Well, Mr. Trite?
Is he trying to act like Miss Delight just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. Maya, you'd think a dog is convincing if they were trying to act like her. Now that's just your imagination talking.
Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. Can we work that careful reasoning for ourselves? It's a long story, and better saved for another time. Very well, another time.
The so-called long stories usually aren't all that long. At least, not in my experience. So you're gonna try and connect Detective Atney to Mr. Bullet, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either. In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail. That's true. Is that blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Oh no, I know exactly where we're putting that blackmail. Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more testimony. Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way. But we already tried pressing for more testimony. Keen Buller decided to investigate simply just like it was. It was Mr. Buller who wrote the blackmail letter sent to Ron Delight. And as again, Mr. Buller harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Defendant is truly... Okay. Mr. Buller sent the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Was this added to the testimony? Did we press this one? Okay, so I know... No, we already did this one. I know what's wrong with the blackmail letter. I know the contradiction. I don't feel like we have the right... If they're hinting at the possibility of trying to get more testimony out of him, I feel like we don't have the right piece of testimony to properly present this on yet. So I need to find a way to expand his testimony. So yes, the handwriting is definitely the victims. It says bring $50,000. There was no addressee, so that's going to help our case, our argument in a bit here. It was apparently delivered to Ron's apartment for some reason. I disagree. It's definitely relevant. Yeah, it wasn't meant for him. Just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail. Okay. Let's see. Maybe that one is good? Because Mr. Bullet sent the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. So are we gonna, like, say, no, he didn't send it to Ron Delight? Is that what we're about to do here? Because, okay, so here's my thing. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Now, I don't know about you, but I think there's someone in this room that has a bright red diamond on them. And it is not Ron Delight. Probably since the blackmail letter was made using Comic Sans. You're telling me that Kane Bullard is able to write in perfect Comic Sans? That's pretty impressive, actually. Okay, it was this one that we needed. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atney?
Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right.
When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction.
The contradiction?
I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. Times like these, men are meant to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior?
Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright.
Contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. What do you mean contradicting evidence in the content of the black... Do I just present the blackmail letter again? That doesn't make sense. Okay, well, do I want to present Luke's profile? Like, the contradiction here is this giant red diamond he's wearing on his finger. Like, is that not good enough for you, game? Apparently not. Okay, what are we presenting then? I wasn't expecting this for it to go this way. Artifact, jewel. No, those aren't. None of those are it. Shows the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Do we just present the blackmail letter again? I'm gonna try it. It might be this simple. No. No? Wait. No, that's it. Yeah. Okay, I figured it wasn't gonna be that. So what are we presenting exactly? I mean, we know that the letter is the thing for the testimony, but what are we? What am I supposed? Okay, the contradiction is the mention of that jewel. What other piece of evidence shows the jewel? Or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Okay, we're back here. Okay, so we know that this is probably needs to be presented here, obviously. Thought it was the addressee since he said it was addressed to someone. No, there was no addressee. That's the thing. That's the part here. There was no addressee, but we don't have, like, there's no piece of evidence. There's nothing in the court record mentioning an addressee or lack thereof or anything like that. I didn't think it was going to go down this path. I thought we were going to, like, focus on the jewel or something. Okay. So that's what you got there. Time to man up. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Okay, so let's read this again. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring 50 grand. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Where did he get a red diamond? Like, where's the red diamond come in? But he doesn't have a red diamond here. And this is a blue diamond. Is that the contradiction? Maybe it is. He said it was addressed to someone, but the letter said it wasn't. Well, the letter doesn't have an addressee. I don't think anyone said it was addressed to someone. It was delivered to Ron's apartment, but it didn't have an addressee. So it didn't actually, it wasn't really addressed to anyone. It's just, it was delivered to his apartment, so we just assumed. He did understand. What part was that, what do you mean then? Is this it? As is this, okay. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. Contains a picture of the Tear of Eminon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Wait, this is the jewel we're talking about here? Right now? It's not the jewel I assumed. I assumed it was the jewel on his finger. Especially since in that same picture, he's not wearing that jewel. Color. I'm not much for discussing color myself. Yeah, I don't know if you really can. I mean, I don't know if you can even see color out of that thing. He said it was addressed to someone, I thought. No, he said it wasn't addressed to someone. That was like one of the things they pointed out, was that it wasn't addressed to anyone. There was no addressee, but Godot said that was irrelevant because, you know, Ron thinks he's mask to mask. He had the letter in his possession, and he still went to the appointed time and place. Not to mention, he's been paying the blackmail fees this whole time. So, for all intents and purposes, he's as far as the blackmailer is concerned, he might as well be mask to mask because he's doing everything that he's asking. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. I'm not really sure how this is relevant in this case, because the Jewel of Eminon took place months ago, and this blackmail letter is, like, not that old? Possibly? Yeah. This is, like, one of the most recent blackmail letters. So why are we talking about something, a blue jewel he received the other day, or a red jewel, if it's supposed to be this, when the Jewel of Eminon is like the first case that he did. It's the first heist that he had. Especially if we check this stuff here. Yeah, Tear of Eminon. That was like the first one he did. The most recent one was this, but that's over a 6-month period. That was 6 months ago. This is kind of weird. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Well, wasn't the Jewel of Eminon returned? I thought that they figured that one out, or was that one never returned? Okay, if that one was never returned, then fine. But it's kind of, the wording is weird because it says the other day. But you don't say the other day to something that happened 6 months ago. Red. So the logic for why you'd pick this newspaper article is strange, but I figured out that that was probably what it was going to be, but it's still strange. Doesn't make sense. Which means, the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Eminon that Master Mask stole at all. Well, yeah, no, I never thought it was. That's, yeah. I don't know where you're going with this, Phoenix. This makes no sense. Of course not. That happened 6 months ago. That jewel was recovered. What does it have to do with the here and now? Nothing. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That's what you're trying to say, right, Trite?
That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick?
Yes. This is who Kane Buller was actually blackmailing. Okay, well this one's an easy one. Obviously, because that's the whole argument we're trying to make here. That he was trying to blackmail Luke. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme.
Do you have some sort of basis for that claim?
You have been personally involved in every single mask-to-mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen, and received a jewel as a reward.
A jewel?
Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. Nothing to do with the Jewel of Eminon, by the way. Just completely separate reward that he got. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means that Kane Bullet wrote that black letter in order to blackmail you.
Order in the court. Order, I say.
Number 15.
Seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite.
Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that.
Kane Bullet blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real?
Yes, I am.
Nick, come on, stand up to him.
And answer me. Answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world.
Yes, it certainly does.
Kane Bullet threatened to make Luke Acme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity?
Have you been keeping up, Godot? Because, like, it should be obvious by now. Acme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. I mean, obviously, he didn't want to be known as... Do you want why he wanted to find out his Mask to Mask? Look at me, was Mask to Mask. The parrot. If only that was an option. What?
That's my line.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's my line too. Listen up, you. This is what you've been saying up to this point in time. The witness pretended to be Mask to Mask in order to pin the murder on the defendant. In which case, you want to insist up to and beyond the day you die that Ron DeLay was in fact Mask to Mask.
I must say, this sudden change of heart doesn't reflect well on you. Oh, okay, I see what they're getting at. He is Mask to Mask. Kind of. But yeah, no. I see where they're getting. Never mind. No, there's another valid answer here. It makes sense. It turns out that Luke is also a blackmailer. In a way. I believe that's the answer. Yeah, he didn't want to keep his... he wanted to be public. He wanted to be a blackmailer. He was also a blackmailer. Look at me. Was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme. But Ron DeLite was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, it's just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting some plans in the mail. I received plans for some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron DeLite was actually Master Mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. DeLite steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme.
Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear.
What is?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong?
How did you...
You say that I, Look at me, was blackmailing Ron DeLite. In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Master Mask.
Well, yes.
Ron DeLite started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly could have blackmailed him otherwise.
Number 16.
In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron DeLite was Master Mask?
Oh, because the, do we show him the newspaper article again? Yeah, because, like, he told us about this the other day. He was actually... He was ready to get caught, so he quietly changed out of his Master Mask costume back into a security guard because he was still working for KB at the time. And then he just ended up in this photo. So I'm pretty sure that's the evidence we need here. I think I see it.
See what?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention.
What do you mean?
It's newspaper clipping. It is a picture of you and Ron DeLite in his guard uniform. It seems that Master Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket.
That sounds far too stupid to be true.
You know who we're talking about here, right? Correct. With tricks like that, he can fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Master Mask was a security guard. But wasn't he supposed to be Master Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. Can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Trying to pass himself off as an ace detective.
Why, you... How dare you expose me like that? Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and also Master Mask.
Real evidence, Luke killed Pikachu to use his tail as a toupee. You know, I was trying to figure out what it looked like. And Pikachu didn't even cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, no, it's like exactly, like you rotate that 90 degrees. Yeah, perfect.
Why can't you understand that?
I'm afraid you're neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity.
Why, you... How dare you even dare imply... Couldn't have saw it slowly deaths. You yourselves with those big mouths of yours. I say none of you can compare my genius. You're just jealous. Scamente. Ace detective cannot handle blackmail, murder. It's one enough to make one laugh.
Yeah, I think he's done.
It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme.
Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
Objection!
Number 17.
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Wright.
What do you...
It's true that what you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't that lordly tailor that night of the murder.
That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr.
But
We haven't actually proven that he killed Mr. Bullard.
still one thing have yet to reprove.
What's that?
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered.
No way!
Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright?
This is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that?
That's long enough. Mr. Wright, I want to hear your answer.
That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense? We have to be able to prove it. This is it. There's nothing else that we can... With what? What are we going to have to present? This? That doesn't make sense. Does it? We have to be able to prove it, right? Like, I mean, that binder's like the only piece of evidence we haven't used yet. Defense can prove it, with evidence.
Are you sure? Don't you worry. I'll watch over you as you break down and fall to pieces.
Now, did I miscount the coffee, or we still got... were we actually at 17? Well, we'll see. I want to see if I counted right. That's why I'm most excited to find out.
Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that Luke Atme was at KB Security that night.
Okay. Luke Atme being at KB Security that night. How do we prove it? Is it because the buzzer went off? Well, we already did the buzzer, and we already used the buzzer record. That's done. Cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head? Is it the card? Did we already use the card? No, I think we did, didn't we? And the wallet. What would prove that he was present there? Is it this list? Yeah, wait, wouldn't it be this list? Because, okay, so Luke tried to work alone. He didn't want any security or anything. He didn't want anyone to help him when he was investigating these cases. So how did he know about any of these? Or their prices? Did he want this list back for some reason? It's the only thing I can think of to present. I'm not really sure why, though. Which makes it kind of flimsy, but... it's not the proof. Yeah, no, it's not the proof at all. Especially since he's taken an 18th cup. No. We're gonna load. I don't think we can prove it. I'm gonna say no for now. Let's see if this is right. No, I don't think this is right either. This is what I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atme's testimony, yeah, he's done. He already drank his 17th cup.
Fortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite.
What do you mean?
I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean.
What?
Have you forgotten? Luke Atme is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as Master Mask.
No.
Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Order! Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over this witness.
I can't believe this. This way Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then it'll be too late. Huh? But why?
Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law.
Double jeopardy?
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. This applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Master Mask, which means he'll be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullitt is concerned.
No way.
The fact you are unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullitt's murderer.
This was his plan all along. Is this bad in or is this supposed to happen? There's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer Luke Atme will go free. This is kind of turning to something similar to 2-4.
You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? And I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
Went on too long to be the wrong choice? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but if you remember 2-4, it also went on for a little bit before it reached the bad end. At least in one of them. I think there's like one branch that led to the bad end, and it went on for a bit. You're right, though. I highly doubt this is the bad end. I'm sure this is supposed to happen. Yeah, there we go. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing, and often makes mistakes as a result.
How did you...
Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice! No way! Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! Time for me you to be so pissed. Yeah, you fucking called it, didn't you? Yeah. This is the true power of the Kurin channeling technique. I know that's really Maya who's standing before me. Right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. This is like tradition at this point, really. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. Testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yes, that's true, but...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks.
Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Wrong Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever.
Very well. Then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor?
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Nothing.
Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at...
Let's hear it.
Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you? Very well then, look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
Defense would like to hear what you declared the defendant to be the true murderer.
So please, give us one last bit of testimony.
Phoenix. This is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief.
The last testimony, in quotes. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask the Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Safari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
Good Jordy LaForge's mask needs new batteries. It's been smoking on and off this entire trial. I hope he's okay afterwards. I hope that it's not gonna like blow up in his face or something. This testimony actually seemed to hold up pretty well.
Witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer.
Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer?
I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
We cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Hang on a sec. Just one chance?
Seems that the party's about to begin.
Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix. Pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it.
We're going into overtime. That's cup number 18. Oh, this is 17. Okay, I miscounted.
It really is the last cup, though.
Cup number 17. Last cup.
It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. So what, we're pressing? Which means all I can do is find a contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Oh boy.
Okay, we save here. Alright, which one of these is incorrect? That is what we're picking. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. Okay. That matches what we're trying to argue here. That is correct. He was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. Okay, that's his reason for not being there. Nothing really possibly incorrect, but that one's definitely suspicious, of course. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. So he doctored the photo. He admits to doctoring the photo, which we definitely proved earlier, so that's fine. Brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. I mean, that's what he's been trying to say this whole time, of course, because he's trying to set him up. Is that really incorrect, though? Thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. Right, because that was his wallet. Keycard was in his wallet. He used it to enter the room. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Just double checking, pretty sure that's correct as well. Buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CEO's office. Yep, that's correct. The button did not have any fingerprints. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. But if the killer was wearing gloves, there still wouldn't be any fingerprints. And both Master Mask and Luke are known to wear gloves, and we've even used both of their sets of gloves in a previous day of the trial. This could be the statement that we need to press. What time was on the photo? That, I don't know if you were here for that, but that actually doesn't matter. The photo was... We proven that the photo actually was not taken on the night of the crime. The timestamp is fake. He faked it. Because he made the software that takes the pictures, so he doctored the photo. Every last bit of this was set up by him. Completely useless evidence. It was not taken at 12:58 a.m. Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Right, but this is an odd thing for him to come to a conclusion of. Especially since he says, the next thing he says, that was wearing his outfit, which is why he left no prints. The victim would have left prints if he sounded, which means the killer sounded. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. I misread that. Never mind. Yeah, that makes sense then. In the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. But he wasn't talking about that jewel. He was talking about this jewel, clearly. Are we really going to go back and try and argue that again? All the evidence points to that poor boy. Is there any evidence that does not point to that poor boy? Not that I can see off the top of my head is the problem. We haven't used this binder yet, but I'm not sure how this ties into anything. We already used those two. I don't think those are it. The buzzer did indeed only go off once. We know this. There's no fingerprints on it. That's correct. The pin. What, you mean my attorney badge? Yeah, I'll just present my attorney badge. This is why you're wrong, because I'm a lawyer. Fuck you. Wait, what pin? This pin? What's your reasoning for it? What does this, which statement does this contradict? Well, okay, I mean, okay, let's also think back here. Let's hold off on the evidence for a second. We were told that there is no evidence that we can use to contradict. His statement itself is the contradiction. There is no evidence. We don't have evidence. We've already established that. We have zero evidence. So really, looking at the evidence doesn't really help anything here. Victim would have left prints if he sounded, which means the killer sounded it. Right. Then the killer is Luke or Ron. Both were wearing gloves. Therefore, no fingerprints. Also, make deduction of others only sounded once, thanks to keycard and wall is abundantly clear he was there. Yeah, he did go there. We have established that he was at the scene of the murder. Roach used already? I mean, kind of, but we're not presenting evidence. We can't present evidence. That's not the whole point of this. I was seeing if there was anything in the evidence that could have helped us here, even if we don't present it, but I don't think any of the evidence is going to help because the whole point of this is that we don't have evidence that can refute his statements, and all we can do is press. We get one press, and whatever we press is what we're saying is a contradiction, and we're either right or we're either wrong. Victim likely mistook the color jewel, thought he wrote the blackmailer. Yeah, so we kind of already postulated the idea that he mistook the color of the jewel, or that he was talking about a completely different jewel. But yeah, like the fact that he's saying it again is kind of weird to me. Victim likely just mistook the color jewel. Okay, this is probably it, because didn't we just establish that he's not talking about the Eminon tier and he's talking about something much more recent? I'm gonna try this one. Yeah, so the letter was sent to Ron. It should have been sent to Atme, because the letter clearly states that it's talking about that red diamond you received the other day instead. It's not talking about the Jewel of Eminon. So this is like, no. So I don't know if he wasn't paying attention or something. I'm gonna try this. If we fail, we'll reload, of course. Mr. Atme, about this last remark. Okay, no. Yeah, one chance, I know. This scum was in Kane Bowler's office right now, and now it's time for me to drink my last cup. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's not the thing. I mean, well, eventually we would run out of options, but I'd rather not, like, just try and guess every single one here. I want to try and suss this out. Okay, so I had known about the date before, and so I had this photograph ready. Right, he did know about the date before. Okay, let's start beginning again. So we have tried to prove that he wasn't at Lord Lee Taylor. He finally admits it. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job. What is this vitally important job? Do we want to press this one to try and see what? Well, no, because we're supposed to. We're not pressing for information here. We're pressing to call out a contradiction. There's not really a contradiction in the statement. We don't know what he was. He could have. This could be true for all we know. I mean, this one's definitely suspicious because it's like, what was he doing? Why was he out of the building at 1 a.m.? Like, why would he leave the department store at 1 a.m. to see about another vitally important job request? That was never mentioned before. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. So he just, like, doctored a photo of someone stealing the urn. Brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight, and thanks to the keycard wall is made abundantly clear that he was there. Okay. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Okay, well, what is his brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. Is this the contradiction? What is his brilliant deduction? But we can't press for more info. That's the whole thing. We're not pressing for info. I have to remember that. Keycard and wallet found the same spot. Yeah, so the keycard was in the wallet. Ron dropped his wallet when he went to the security building the other day, and then his wallet was found. It was delivered back to his wife, and then that's how we discovered he had the key card and all that stuff. So yes, he did drop the wallet. That's 100% true. Make a deduction from the buzzer which only sounded once. Yes, we have logs that state it only sounded once. That is true. The button does not have any fingerprints on it. This was confirmed by the police. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, right? Because the victim wasn't wearing gloves. The killer had to have sounded it. The only other two people in that room both had gloves on, so that makes sense. It was impossible for them to leave fingerprints. Mr. DeLay was wearing his outfit, which is why he left no prints. Right. He wouldn't have left prints because he was wearing the gloves out as part of his outfit. Did he see the log that it only sounded once? He said that all information from the police went through him. So we can assume that if he says something and it lines up with the evidence, it's likely that it's true that he would know about that information. You could be right, but he said earlier that all information from the police went through him. So I'm willing to take that as fact. Because we have a log from... Well, actually, wait. Well, no, we got this log from Larry. But I think they knew about it too. The police knew about it as well. Blackmail liar, the victim just likely mistook the color of the jewel. Okay, so we already tried this one. This one's not it. All the evidence points to that poor boy. Yeah, so there's no... I wouldn't say that's true, but that's not really something we can... That's just his conjecture there. I don't think that's anything. It's not like any evidence. It's not... He's not trying to say a fact. That's just opinion. Had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I mean, that could just have something to do with his detective agency for all we know, so... Know about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. Wait, did he know about the date beforehand, though? No, okay, that wasn't it. I thought that maybe, like, well, how did he know that the date beforehand he knew what... Well, okay, I guess he knew about the theft. But then why did he need to doctor the photo if he had to leave? He knew he was going to leave somewhere else, right? I can't even, like, reload from here. I'm not even allowed to reload. We can try the log, the buzzer thing. I don't think that's right, though. Which only sound... I was able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Like, he would know that the button only sounded once, is the thing. Okay. So we tried this one. He had known about the day before, and so he had his photograph right. Yeah, I mean, he did know about the day before, and that's the thing. Because he said that he set up the photo that way because... Or we proved that he set up the photo that way because he knew he didn't want to be there on the night of the actual crime. For whatever reason. In our case, it's probably to go commit murder. But for any reason, he clearly knew something was up. Brilliant deductions will inform me that the true culprit is Ron Delight. I don't think this is something to press on. Thanks to the keycard and wallet, it's abundantly clear that he was there. Yeah, because his wallet was found at the scene of the murder crime. Or, well, it was found in the building. So, yes, he was at the building at that time. I think. Yeah, it was found in the KB security building at around 1 AM the night of the crime. Yep. So he was indeed there. Who found the wallet? Larry Butts. So Larry Butts found the wallet around 1 AM. And then he delivered it to his wife, to Ron's wife, at some point. Actually, wait. Yeah, it's found. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, never mind. It was found around 1 AM. Larry found it, and then he delivered it back to Ron's wife, I think, like the next day or something. Okay, so he was wearing his outfit, which is why he left no prints. Yep, that was something that we got as a statement even, actually. No, didn't we get... Or I guess it was just that. I was thinking of something else. Was the wallet in the police report? Oh. You're right. Was it in the police report? I don't know if they knew about the wallet. You're right. Well, did they have the log for this? I can't remember if they had the log for this, but you might actually be right. That might have been the one thing that wasn't there. How would he have known about that unless he was actually there? That's what we need to do. We had to find something that he would have known about, but the police didn't. And you're right. I don't think the wallet was something that might have been known by the police. No, okay. Damn it, I thought that was it for sure. Hey, how's it going, that dude? Look at you. I am looking at you. Okay, I mean, we're still trying to suss this out. We are running out of options, so we'll get it eventually. But I'm trying to apply logic to each of these statements and giving a reason as to why we should pick it. And that was a very good reason. I thought for sure that was something the police didn't know about, but that makes sense because they would have had the records of when the card was used. They knew when the card was used. Because they used that in their case against Ron to pin him with the murder. Okay. So let's see here. Can we wrap it back around here and get like some more info from someone? This cross-examination is the only chance I have to nail him. Somewhere there's a huge contradiction. I've got to find it. As far as I can see, there's no evidence that contradicts his testimony. All you can do is press him, and you only get one shot. Yeah, okay, so... Huge contradiction. What is this huge contradiction? I think you're onto something, though, with, like... Is there something that the police didn't know about? Because if he got all his information from the police, then he's getting his information secondhand. So therefore, if there's something in here that he didn't get from the police, that's what we need to press on. We already tried that one. That's probably not worth it. We already tried that one. We know the buzzer only sounded once. I'm pretty sure the police have that report as well. So I don't think that's it. He would have known that. That makes sense. How did he know about the date beforehand? Oh, because of so he sent the calling card 10 days in advance. So he knew when the urn was going to be stolen. So he doctors the photo. Or yeah, okay, let me go back to that one. I knew about the date before and had this photograph ready. We already tried this. But he made the photo early because he knew when the urn was going to be stolen. Obviously, he needed to steal the urn and have that stolen as part of his plan, and then go and commit the murder crime on the actual date that the urn was going to be stolen. Because he sent the calling card 10 days in advance, obviously 10 days later is when the urn was going to be stolen, so he's set up the photograph to look like it was taken on October 12th, the day that the crimes were supposed to be committed. That way he could go off and do whatever. So that's how he knew it was in advance, because he sent the calling card that said, in 10 days, the Mask is going to steal this urn. So that makes sense. Keycard and wallet, we tried that. It does make sense, though, that he would know about that because police. Same with this one, he knew that it sounded once because police. But did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Did Detective Gumshoe say anything about this? No, we went over this in court as well. Now, mind you, we went over this in court before he came in here, but the prosecution knows that there were no fingerprints on it, therefore he would also know if he got his information from the police. So that's fine. Victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Yeah, there's nothing to say that the buzzer went off accidentally. So yes, the killer would have had to sound it. If we look at profiles, I mean, there's nothing in here about I don't know, this Kane guy having his prince... No, okay. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask to mask outfit. Wait! This is it! I think. Maybe? No, it's not. Okay. I thought that was it because even the prosecution didn't know that Ron went to the security office in his costume. That was news to everyone in court when he revealed it today. So how did he know about that? He shouldn't have. That would have been a huge contradiction. But I guess he probably was just listening to the testimony, so... Okay, here we go. Here, no, this is it. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. I was right. It was this. What? Mr. Atme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. It took me a while to remember that, but then I was like, shit, that's it. That's what happened. That he was claiming he was Master Client. Yep. That was one of the big reveals earlier. See, I kind of wish, I don't know, maybe they do this in the later games. Maybe they don't do it on purpose. I do kind of wish though that you could see a log of everything that everyone has ever said. At least in the court sections. In a real trial, you'd be able to ask for the statements that everyone's made, everything that everyone said, because it's all being recorded. It'd be kind of cool if these games had that system. Now, I understand these are Game Boy Advance games originally, so fair. But this is one situation where that would have been very useful to have, because I could have looked back and be like, wait, shit, didn't someone say something about this? Wasn't there a big reaction about this reveal? And I could go back and double check and be like, oh shit, there was. And then place it. That way you didn't have to try and remember 3 hours of dialogue. If this was a real mystery novel and you're sitting there trying to figure out the crime, you know what you'd be able to do in a real mystery novel? Go back a few pages and reread something to make sure that you were correcting your suspicions. It's a good thing I remembered it, even if it took a little while. Can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. Yeah, a real court record, not just evidence, but the actual log of everyone. Where's the what are they called? Whatever the person who types up every statements from everyone. An actual literal court record, that's what we need. Or your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason I'm starting to get really thirsty. Oh, is he gonna drink an 18th cup? When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Mask to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago. Back when my 6th cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Wow. He's got a good memory with those cups. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Yeah, the reporter, thank you. They're the one that types up all the dialogue from everyone. That's right, the defendant has yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There is no way that you should have known about that. So I was right in the idea that yes, he would have known about the info earlier, because anything that the police would know, he would have known. But the police didn't know that he was wearing the costume. You were in the next courtroom, being tried as Mask to Mask. So then, Elenas, just how did you know about that piece of information? Well... Come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. So what were the police doing then? And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit.
There's one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one. One way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. It's with that statement that I'll turn to this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. What do you mean impossible? You think he had his eyes closed or something the entire time? Detective Atme, you saw Mask the Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. What the fuck is this? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullet was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight, then claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with his plan. To use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Yeah, it was a pretty good breakdown. Like fucking causing an earthquake in the courtroom. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Master Mask. Huh? So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for the crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Master Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now. Did we just let a thief off the hook? I mean, he was. He confessed to the actually physically doing the crimes, even if it was under the pretense of blackmail. He did do them. God damn it. Now then, this court finds the defendant. Ugh. I've been had. Double jeopardy doesn't extend to the introduction of new evidence. But I don't think we had new evidence. You're probably right, but I don't think we technically had new evidence to support the idea that he was still Mask the Mask. The only thing that was new was that he showed up at, well, okay, for this specific crime, though, he did not steal the urn. He couldn't have. Like, we've proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt, he could not have stolen the urn. Now, that said, there's still the other crimes that he committed that we could have tried him on, but that wasn't the point of this trial. So in the case of both the murder and stealing the urn, he is not guilty.
So I guess technically speaking, there isn't any need for double jeopardy here because he didn't actually commit a crime in this one case. He admitted to the other crimes, but I guess those will have to be tried some other time. He said since then he was the master. He's been saying that like for the last 2 days. We could probably like give him the defense of insanity. Give him insanity plea. This guy's insane. Keeps saying he's masked the mask. Your Honor, my client is insane. He keeps thinking he's a thief.
Wait, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am masked the mask after all.
And yeah, you know what? Maybe he is. He probably is. I believe him. But we weren't trying him on those other crimes, those previous heists. We were trying him on this heist and this murder. And in both of those cases, it's impossible for him to be the culprit.
You did it, Phoenix.
Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days.
Oh?
I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days.
You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school?
Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother.
Misty Faye, right?
Watch over her, will you, Phoenix?
Of course.
Well then, see you around.
At least I've successfully avenged Pikachu. Yes, thank fucking god he's done. And you know what's great too? We didn't have to see Wendy Oldbag. There was 2 instances where I was like, oh shit, she's gonna show up. One especially. And we didn't have to see her. But we did get Larry. I'm glad we got Larry. Larry was good. I like Larry. Maybe we'll see him again.
Mia. Ah, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight.
Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore. So, now that all of that has happened... Come on, just be happy already. Maya. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Master Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Master Mask. I did it all for one reason. For her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates criminals more than anything.
Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she?
She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure.
So that's why you became Master Mask.
Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bull can never be put back together.
That's not true, right, Nick? Right.
Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it.
What? Can I? How do I prove that everything will be fine? I can? Kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bull is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. Are we taking this metaphor literally or not? Because, I mean, it's sitting right there. Where would you go with it? We never used this. I'm pretty sure this was never used, but I don't see how that's relevant here. Yeah, this was never actually used. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is it. Because all the items were returned, right? This has to be it. We've never used it. It kind of makes sense. It's gotta be it. I hope. No? No. Okay, what was the answer? I need to know. It was the Urt! I was right! Fuck! Oh, it was the Urt. I didn't think it was gonna be that straightforward. That was like too easy. God damn it. Why was this evidence there then? It was never used. We never presented this binder for anything. It's worthless. Nah, it's fine. I committed to my choice. I second guessed myself and I hate myself for doing that because I was right. It was the urn. I had a guide up from earlier because there was like something I got stuck on and it says right there in black and white, present the urn. And I didn't do it. And I knew it was the urn. It's like, there's no way it's going to be the urn, though. That's too easy. That's too on the nose. I forgot what game I was playing.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for trying to cheer me up. You don't have to put on a brave face just for me.
Huh?
I think I'm going to go off by myself and think things through over for a while. Wait, Mr. Delight. Farewell, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, it was a fucking urn. It's like, there's no way that this was meant to be taken literally. I thought he was making a metaphor. But we were supposed to show him the urn and be like, see, look, you can put broken bowls back together. We've done it twice. Literally. Making a joke of his situation.
He's gone. I guess that didn't do much to make him feel any better. Hey, Nicky boy. Miss Delight. I haven't seen Ronnie. Do you know where he is? Well... And here I was all ready to throw him a great big not guilty party. Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick! Mr. Maya! Congratulations! Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you, with another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya? No, you gotta... I'll never forgive you. Never, ever.
Bailiff, are you seeing this? This assault? This battery? Arrest this child. So just as the case came to a close, so too did my conscience. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Oh yeah, they even fucking throw it in your face like, yeah, the player's never gonna get this. They're gonna think too hard about it. And yet here we are. Yeah, rub it in, why don't you? You know, I should remember to save at those presents. Maybe we can actually try and get them right for once. Not that it matters. There's no achievement or anything for it. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Pearl shifts Maya and Phoenix, that's why she beat you up. I mean, I feel like that's gotta be canon at some point, right? Don't tell me if it is or not. But it just seems like surely that's gonna be what actually happens at some point, right? Like, from what I understand, the latest game takes place like 10 years from after this one, or something like that. Like, this game's like, what, 2019, I think, in the timeline? No, the first game was the first game 2015 or 2016? So add 3 years to after the first game, and then I think it's like we're up to like a decade after that by this point, as of like what Phoenix Wright 6, I think. So I feel like that's gotta actually be what happens. Didn't she mention in JFA Mystic Maya's special someone? Yeah, well, I mean, that's Pearl's whole thing, right? But I mean, like, come on. That has to be exactly what happens. That's foreshadowing 100%. Alright, well, we have made it. That is officially the end of any Phoenix Wright I have ever played. And we are now going to true blind territory. Or we will be next time. I am definitely not playing anymore today. I wanted to just finish off case number 2 today. I thought that was appropriate. But next time we will start case number 3, Recipe for Turnabout. I have done, like, nothing of this case. I don't even remember making it to the first trial day of this case. So this is, like, absolutely brand new. I don't even know. I've never seen anything of this game beyond this point. I've never played Phoenix Wright of any sort beyond this point. So this is it. This is now the new stuff. We will be continuing this next Thursday. I know Tuesday's usually my Phoenix Wright day, but I have other stuff I'll be doing this coming Tuesday. So another part of the reason why I did this stream, because I figured might as well finish off case 2 now, and then we can start something brand new a week from now, since I'll have to delay the stream a bit. The rest of the week should be fine. Obviously tomorrow we'll have Minecraft, Revy Ribby on Monday, and we'll play more Phoenix Wright next Thursday instead, which is unusual, but for this coming week it is. Can we at least see the intro? I like saving those for the start of the case. I like stopping on this screen. It keeps it nice and clean, and then we just start the case and see everything right from the get-go. 2017, 18, and 19, is that when like the first 3 games take place? I thought it was like 2015 or 16, but I trust those dates. So yeah, I think like the latest game, Phoenix Wright 6, I believe is like 10 years later or something like that. So I think it's like 29 or 2029 or something. It's like 2030. It's like something, it's still in the future even by today's real date. But I don't remember anything about this one. I remember there being a chef and a restaurant, and that's about it. I'm assuming it involves murder, because what's the chances we get another non-murder trial 2 in a row? I highly doubt it. I mean, even this one, this series just cannot help itself. It has to be murder trials every single time. Even when it's not a murder trial, it had to like turn it into a murder trial, which in its own right was pretty great. I like that twist. But I was like, damn, I was actually looking forward to being like 100% non-murder related. Hopefully we get more of those in the future. I don't know, it's like it's a trope with like mystery novels. It's like every single mystery novel, every single like noir detective thing you've ever seen, it's always murder. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's just because it's like it makes for a more interesting story when you can't question the victim or something. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe that's the reason. But it's like, it's always murder. I mean, I guess murder's pretty interesting. It makes for a good story, but like, come on, surely you can do some other kind of crime. L.A. Noire does it. There's lots of cases in L.A. Noire that are not murder related. In fact, the murder stuff doesn't happen until like the end of the game. Or sorry, it's at the beginning of the game, and then they just get it out of the way, and then you go and do like literally anything but murder. So hopefully we get some more of those. I don't know if that'll be this game. Probably not. It's probably a one-off for this one. But I am looking forward to finally playing new stuff. So next Thursday, regular time, we will continue this. Otherwise, thank you all for watching tonight. And I will see you next time.